what we're working on is this cup of coffee. Oh. But yes, I'm working on a turn-based tactical RPG called Legends of Terrestria. Right now I'm working on targeting mechanics. We'll see how that goes. Remember if I wrote any notes last time. I think I did. I wrote half of a sentence and then I stopped typing. Commented out codes for rechecking target. It needs... And then I stopped typing. Alright. Cool. Movement pathfinding works, but this is broken. I don't really understand why, though. But I guess we'll have to figure that out. I broke this. Well, this works. It doesn't work the way it should. Hey, why is it like not finding the targets? Yeah, it's stopping on units. But why? But not there. It's finding this guy. It's not finding these guys, though. What? And there it works. It's fucked. Coffee. All right. So, we're doing a check line collision here. And we have a line size. The line size is area action size. What is this? This is targeting range. Should it not just be... I don't understand. Like, is this not working? Starts at 11.9. Which seems to be working. But then here, why is this here? That's so strange. Like, this is the target. 12, 10, 13, 14. Why is that not rendering? That's so weird. It's not aborting. Just genuinely don't know what the hell it's doing. I'm so confused. Alright, we gotta do something like this, I think. I have to understand why this is happening. Because I thought the issue was with expanding the tiles after pathfinding was done. But that doesn't seem to necessarily be the case. So let's place this guy at 11, 8. And here it's wrong now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. It's supposed to... Is it just not line casting from the target I'm sending in? Or like what? What's this? What's the origin? Because current ray position, origin tile, right? Like that's the first tile, that's origin tile. And here, tile target list 1. Or tile target list item 1. It's a tuple that contains the source position plus position. Source position is what? Source object.tilebounds.minvec3. So that's the bottom left corner. Position is 0. So we're adding the bottom left corner. Am I doing something weird here? I'm doing position Y plus 1 here. And then as long as position Y is greater than outer size minus 1, then position dot Y plus plus. Position plus Y plus 1. And then outer size is 2. So this is outer size minus 1. That's 1. As long as position, which is 1, is less than 1, then we continue. But is this like not actually adding? It's actually correct. This was working before, so I don't understand why it doesn't now. But I was doing it slightly differently. So now we're at 9, 7. So it should start at 7 and go up to 8. Pre-add 0, 1 or 0, 0. Post-add 0, 1. So this is correct. Like the first one, target list 9792. That's 5 down. That's correct. Then 9783, 9774, 9765, 9756, 9747, 9848. That's correct. That means it goes up on both. 9859, 9, 8, 6, 10. 9, 8, 7, 11. This means it's going diagonally up. 9, 8, 8, 12. 9, 8, 9, 13. 10, 8, 10, 13. 10, 13 is here. Yeah? So, if it's setting the targets correctly, and we're sending the targets in correctly, why is it acting so strangely? Because what's weird is that it's adding the tiles inside of itself, right? And we have the source bounds full here. Is it that? Source object, tile bounds, target bounds, it's action area size, which is 1. Line size is action area size, which is 1. We're sending in the validated tiles, the action, and we're checking range. Ignore self. Ignore self. What's so weird is that I feel like this isn't happening. That's one of the weirdest parts of it. Because this should prevent it from drawing within itself. Like here. Or what is this? Origin tile. Where am I? We're setting origin tile here. Map position is origin tile. Land casting initial map position. And 8. And 7. Nine 8. 9 7. It's so weird. But yeah, I think we basically don't have a choice but to step through this. Don't start it like that. I don't understand. You have no idea how much I wish I could just do like simple programming. Why does it all have to be hard? I'll be right back. Current ray position. Origin tile. 8-7. 8-7. Step over. Got a map position of 8-7. All good. We're ignoring self. Map position is now 8-6. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, this is basically all like... Oh, I guess we can fix this. Let's see. If this was 8-7, then we want to know what happens when this is... Origin tile dot y equals 7. Right. No. Wait, what? No, we want it to be 8. And we smash continue. So now we are at 8. Map position 8-8. And then it goes in. This is what I don't understand. Map position is now 7-8. Which is, that's correct. But in that case, like, I haven't added the tile. So what's the issue? See here, it's just being added. No, I don't wanna. Don't do this. So it just gets added. 7-8 gets added to validated tiles. So we've got 8-6, 8-5, 8-4, 8-3. Note, it doesn't have 8-7 there, which is correct. 7-5. It's strange that this is here. This should be in order. in my opinion. Like, this is 8-6. So that goes from the bottom tile, then down one. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries. And then it should step over once. And it should give us 7, 5. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And 5? Eight, 6, 7, 5. So actually, maybe it does make sense. So we've got 8, 6. The target is actually 8, 2. And here the target is 7, 3. So it's finding 7, 5, 7, 4, 7, 3. I think. But why 7, 6 here? It's because that's what it manages to find that next. Okay, but we have so we have 8, 7 as the current origin. And we don't have 8, 8 here. Anywhere. Oh, I think it might be this. Perhaps. Subposition offset. Subposition offset. Origin tile minus source bounds full. Is that what I'm using incorrectly then? Minus origin point. Yeah, I think that's it. But how am I... What was the idea there? Good evening, Jano. YouTube on my phone decided to stop working. Classic. Classic YouTube. Yeah, so that fixes this. But then I don't know if the issue I was trying to solve is a problem again. Don't even 100% remember what the issue I was trying to solve was. Good night, Jono. Good night. I don't think it behaved like this before. Maybe it did, I don't think so. This part coming out. I feel like it's just stopped. But whatever. Hmm. I feel like this should be something specific, but I do feel like I should be doing that. But I feel like the origin point should only be used if expand tile, then origin point, and iLock.value.size. Actually, this needs to be new vector3 int. Maybe something like that. That works. That works. That still doesn't work. What is the reason for that? Why does it not work? Terrestria. Lunge. So here we have area of effect, AoE size null, pattern null, origin point 0. Origin size null. Line target. So we have the origin tile, which is the tile to cast from, and we have the source bound full, source object tile bound. And as such, we then here have sub pos offset, which is origin tile minus source bounds full. So if we are on, let's use easy math. Let's say we are standing at 0, 0, but we're casting from 1, 0. Then this is 1, 0 minus 0, 0, which means our offset is 1. And we've got action, validated tiles, and then this is a line size. So this should be a line size of tile size. Where is the, what is this? Find targeting area. This should be true. Which makes me wonder if it's not gonna work for the other skills. Yeah, see, that works now. We now have a full line to this character. But what about Cyrus Gaze? Oh, it also still works. It's still not working the way it should. Oh, actually, no, it is working correctly now. I think. No, it's not. What? So strange. I have been like undecided how it should be, but I think what I want it to be is that if you're targeting an AoE with like a central size, the center tiles should have to all be within the AoE. But that's not what's happening. Like if I put the bottom corner in there, then it's gonna show you like, yeah, that works. We can target there. But up here, it doesn't work like that. And it doesn't work like that down here either. But down here it does. And here it's even worse, actually. So yeah, this is bugged. But up here it works the way it should. While here we can go outside, and down here we can go twice outside. Which means there's something wrong with the offsetting. Because here it's going one outside, up here it's going one outside, and down here it's going two outside. So that means that it's getting doubled up. Because this is -1 y, this is -1 x, and this is -1 x and y. So that's why it is getting doubled up. Yeah. Okay. And see, here, I can target this guy outside of the area even with this. Oh, I don't want to find that. I don't want to figure it out. I don't want to find it. I don't want to figure it out. I don't want to figure things out. It's hard to figure things out. Oh. But it's good that lunge works now. And it works more or less correctly. Ish. Ugh. But it's not got its full functionality. Next is gonna be a little tricky because I need to make it have a minimum distance, I think. And maybe, I'm not sure. But I think so. Because I was gonna make it not go all the way in, but maybe it should go all the way in. Either way, that's just the thing. I do think I should program in a minimum distance. But I also need to simply program in a way to show where the character is gonna end up. I haven't actually even programmed in the movement part of it, so she can't move towards the target right now. Hello, Ilnoman, how's it going? But the AoE targeting is actually working correctly. Everywhere. It's just... its max range is too far. Hmm. Not entirely sure where the issue might be there. Might be here. EB AoE. Because the issue is, I think, that it's always checking it from the bottom left. So that means that we actually need to set the offset differently. Because here the offset is what? Area of effect dot AoE size. What does offset mean in this scenario? Nothing. I'm not using it for anything. If target type equals blast, we're doing this. This hasn't been updated for the new way of doing things. So that's simply what we gotta do. And that means this is just AoE target bounds dot minvec 3 plus position, I think. I think that's all we need. On all of these. That way we don't need this. Here we have a line size. And the line size, I think, is actually 1. Though not necessarily. But since we're doing this, I think it's 1. I don't know what that is going to result in on its own. We can try it. I think the issue is actually not there. And I might have just kind of fucked it up now. It also purely has to do with the input, I think. Because we have find targeting area. Target tool. Blast AoE. So it's basically in here. And here we have distance, right? This is where the issue is. We're checking distance to verify whether it's legal or not. I would say that there is another issue. But I think this is the core issue. Because here the distance I'm actually attempting to fix it, I think. If tile bounds min-back is less than mouse tile position, then mouse tile position minus current turn.unit.tilebounds.min-back plus object size. What am I doing here? This is cute, but honestly, it's extremely confusing to read. Like, mega. Could use the helper function to abstract away this calculation. No, I think we're just gonna split it up into some ifs to make it more manageable. Basically what it's doing is it's checking like if we have an object that's standing here, my objects take up multiple tiles. And if we're then targeting something down here or down there or up here, if this is the target right now, then the idea is that we are targeting from the bottom left tile. And if it's up here, then we're targeting from the top left tile. And if it's up there, then we're targeting from the top right tile, etc. Right? So what this is really doing is it's just checking where we are, and then it's setting an offset. So like if we're going to the bottom left to check the distance there, then there's no offset because it's just 0. And then if it's up here, then there's an offset of like 0, 1. And here it's 1, 1. Here it's 1, 0. Something like that. I'm not really sure. But then there's a further issue where if you have an AoE that also takes up a certain amount of tiles, then the question becomes, should this be, since we're targeting from there, then the origin of this would need to be the top right when we're going down here. And when we're going up here, it's going to be the bottom right. And then here it's going to be, you know. So that's what I gotta just make sure we got that right. And right now it's not working quite correctly. But I'm not sure where the issue is. I don't even know if this is where the problem is, but this is a mess, so. The origin used to move stuff? Not sure what you mean. It's used for targeting. Could this just be this? Yeah, it's an RPG. Like Final Fantasy Tactics or something, so... It's used to target enemies. I don't know if it runs right now. It's this here. So now I can use this AoE targeting to cast a spell on these enemies here. But when I'm targeting to the top left, it needs to count it as, you know, that the AoE is starting in like the bottom right of this little AoE reticle here. So that the distances can be correct. Because right now, if I go in here with the bottom left of this little square I've got that I'm selecting the target with, when it goes in just one tile, see, it doesn't update. That means it's not a valid targeting position. So it has to be within the range with the full square. But if we go up here, it only needs one corner. And that's because the offset is incorrect. So you actually have like more range up if you're targeting to the top left. And in the bottom right, it's even more. There it's 2 tiles. It's only working correctly in the top right now. It needs to have some kind of offset to push it back. And that's what this is supposed to be, I think. Because here we're calculating the distance away that we're targeting. And so if the inner center point and the inner center point X and Y of the mouse are both lower, that means we're in the bottom left. And that means the distance has to be mouse tile position dot X minus I feel like it should just be min-width. Instead of using the middle point? That's because there's no middle point. That's the unfortunate reality. If you have 4 tiles, there's no middle point. This is your middle point, which is actually the top right. So it doesn't exist. And that's why I need to use one of them. So I have 2 types of middle points. One is if you have an object that's the size of an odd size, like 1 or 3 or 5. They all have a central tile, right? And in that case, yeah, you just use that. But since we have variable sizes of objects, if something is 4, or if it's 2 times 2, or if it's 4 times 4, or if it's 6 times 6, then the center is like that. This is the minimum center. And I have considered just doing like checks from the bottom left to like the enemy's bottom left, or even like from this bottom left to that bottom left, or from the top right to the top right of whatever the target is. But it becomes weird. Got issues. Um, so here the distance needs to be, since we're going to the bottom left, let's say our AoE is this. It needs to check the bottom left to the top right of the targeting. But I think just checking the tile position is fine, or the mouse tile position. And then you just offset the targeting itself. And then here we need an offset.set. Actually, it doesn't need one there. I think. I mean, it depends. If we name it target offset, and the target offset is gonna be like that. Actually, we're already doing that there. I'm stupid. maybe. I'll be right back. Ooh. I mean... I feel like this should be like this. And then this is max spec. Actually needs brackets target offset dot x equals origin size dot x. At least I think it goes there. Something like that. And then distance. We do that with. Shouldn't I be absing or something here? I can. Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter as long as... Because if mouse tile position is less than inner center point, then we don't need to abs, we can just do it in reverse, right? Because mouse tile position is less than... That means that we need to subtract in this order. I think. And then here we do that. That way we don't have to do abs. Are X and Y inside the game always positive? Yes. The game takes place on in a tile matrix, which is just a 3D array. And therefore any value that's outside of that doesn't really exist. And so since it's in an array, it's always positive. I don't know if this actually does anything here right now. Action to trigger dot range. Find targeting area. Mouse tile position. Target tile. I feel like this might need to be updated. Because I'm not sending in target tool. And this is targeting area. So mouse tile position here. Let's just try minus offset. YOLO. See what happens. Now it's potentially even more incorrect. It is offsetting, but it's not correct. And it doesn't solve the problem. Actually, almost does. It's still a little off, but it's less off. See, now it's one tile off, when it should be here. And then here, we have to be inside. What about here, then? Here is still correct. I think the target offset, because it's origin size, it needs to be origin size -1, I think. The unfortunate part here is that I don't know if I'm doing something stupid. I'm not sure. This looks more correct. Nope. No, it's still... I'm not necessarily doing this entirely correctly, because if you actually look at this here, this is kind of a separate thing where this is being highlighted. I'm doing this outside of the targeting. I'm kind of just setting the cursor to a certain size, and then I'm just rendering that outside of any targeting algorithms or anything. And that's why I can see this cursor here, while the rest is like not updating because it's outside of bounds. And the center is the top right here. So I might not be properly taking that into account either. But that should be like this. And as you can see, like the inner point, yeah, it's moving around incorrectly. But it's actually not the inner point that's moving around incorrectly. It's the outer bounds. Because you see, when I move down here, it's skipping a tile and it's moving it down. Which isn't what it should be doing. This has grown and become really cumbersome to work with because there's so many different types of targeting. You know, you have point blank or a point-based AoE, you have single target, you have ground-based AoE, or you have like blast AoEs, which is just it starts at the center and then I have to pathfind around in a circle to find like targets and stuff. Then there's a line target AoE, there's a line like blast AoE, and all of them need like tiny little changes or special rules, and fitting it all into the same logic here has been kind of tough. So I'm kind of just a little lost. Find targeting area. Let's take a look here. This is Blast AoE. Blast AoE. Target bounds. Target tile. Minus area of effect origin size value. Yeah, this is where I'm taking into account the fact that the mouse is pointing in the top right, because it's meant to be the center. And the top right, if you have 4 squares, the top right is a better center than the bottom left. Generally, in my opinion at least. Because if you do it the bottom left, when it switches position, you end up with like it being in the bottom left corner. And I feel like that makes it feel like it's off in the wrong side more often, even though it's kind of technically not different. If you're in the top right and you're going to the down to the left, it works the same. But I wonder if I'm offsetting it like I am right now. I think maybe it should just be target tile. Not sure. I feel unfortunately like I'm gonna have to like walk through this entire thing. And then I'm not sure if it's gonna break something else. Which it might. It's still doing the jump here, which is bad. That's still wrong. Man, like nothing I do actually fixes anything. Like it doesn't change anything. What do these numbers even do? But how, like where's the issue here? So if we try to imagine this, and this is actually just the top right, this is the mouse position, right? Oh. Am I working on a shared code base? No, I wrote all of this. That's why it's a mess. It's all my fault. I do have an idea of what the issue is, partially. It has to do with the distance, kind of. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. Mouse tile position, right? So, if our mouse tile position is in the top left, that means that I am in the top right. It needs to be added here. Yeah, okay. Think. So, right, like, if we're in the top left here, and I'm targeting here, It's using the top right corner as the center, because that's just the mouse position. I'm setting the mouse position to draw the center of the origin area, which in the case of a 2x2 size, that's the top right. And I want it to continue being the top right visually, but logically, it should actually be the bottom right. And that means that this is where I need to offset the distance here. So we have to say target offset mouse tile position needs to be minus origin, no, minus target offset dot x. And here as well, this is minus target offset dot y. I think that might be the correct solution to fix the out of bounds targeting. I should make another level that's just flat. Like, all these ugly buildings are in the way. No! It didn't fix it at all. It's the same! Or... No, it needs to be plus. I think. No. Yeah, no, it's plus. Because we need to shift the targeting in. Maybe? Okay, that works. That works. That works. That works. Okay. So is that it? And then we actually get rid of it here. Does that solve the problem entirely? No, it's still offsetting. Where did I change that? I changed that in here somewhere, right? It was this. So now this is centered, where it should be. We are targeting her properly. And it's only when it's fully inside the bounds there. But this works in every direction. I think it works. Okay. What about everything else now then? Single target. Works. Maybe? Okay, I can... Okay, he does highlight. Maybe... Okay. Maybe that's a separate bug. I thought that the highlight meant that he was within range. Okay. That works. That seems to work correctly. Lunge is broken. Kind of. It mostly works. I think because maybe it's because he's an ally, but I think that doesn't actually function. Let's try. Let's see. He's standing on 5-3. Let's just move him away. I'm gonna move this guy to, let's see, 5-3. That would be 6-4. Yeah. Yeah. Lunge doesn't target properly down to the left. Can target up. But for whatever reason, down to the left is not working. Is it a range thing? No? So weird. Because here it works, but I'm targeting him below his position. Which isn't right. How do I fix that, man? Line target. AoE target bounds equals target object dot bounds. Find targeting area. Did I also make the graphics? I did make the graphics as well. The buildings and stuff are just placeholder. I just put them together. They look like ass. How long have I been working on this? Oh boy. A while? I don't know, like four years? I'm not even sure. 5 years. I don't even want to know. $2022. Just checking. $2021. Yeah, okay, so that's like 4 years or something. When did I start making this, though? I was working on just some light there. 2021. Yeah. 4 years. But it's 3 years, because I had to take a year off. But basically I've written my own shader to render the game, and it's 5,000 lines long. The game is actually a voxel engine that's using ray marching to render the world, which lets me have light and shadow casting, which has some issues, but it does work. What if we just place some... Wait, why is that broken? Oh, I think I know why. Why does she count as being inside the building? This is so weird. I must have fucked something up at some point somewhere. But yeah. The idea is you can walk inside buildings because it's all voxel based like Minecraft. It's all just boxes. So I can walk inside of buildings and behind buildings and stuff like that. And the buildings have shadows based on their tiles, which has a tiny problem, which is that in order for them to cast more detailed shadows, I have to create like a shadow map so that when the light strikes it from the side, there's like a way for it to know what it looks like. But yeah, I got a time of day slider here where you can change time of days, which changes where the lights are casting from. I do have a torch that I normally place, but the torch has been broken for a while and I haven't been working on that, so I haven't fixed it. And you can see like the shadows fall on the tiles. They fall in through the door. That's what I've been working on. But the same is kind of true for characters. So I don't know if I'll be able to have detailed shadows based on the sprites. We'll see. Because I have to redo the sprites a bit in order to... They need to be more tilted. We need to have a more top-down view of the sprites. Because otherwise, once we start adding larger sprites, it'll be weird. Because when you're doing this kind of perspective, it's okay for your sprites to be kind of like the incorrect perspective, as long as they're not too big. But the second they become too big, it breaks the illusion of it making sense, and then it just doesn't work. And on top of that, if an object is gonna have like a set size, then that has to make sense with the way the sprite looks as well. So I do think that we need to change it. And with that happening, that means that like stances are gonna be wider, like people's legs are gonna be further between, like, or spaced further in like the y-axis. And when that happens, this kind of shadow casting kind of breaks apart a bit. But we'll see. We will see. It might work, kind of. Kind of. Isn't that a lot of work? Yeah, I mean that's the problem. Because then I have to draw like shadow layer or like a shadow map for all the animations, which isn't necessarily that big of a deal because I might be able to just use like the other, like when she's looking to the right, I might be able to just use the animation for her looking down for the shadow. But yeah, I think it will be kind of rough, and that's why I think it might end up being just blob shadows. For characters at least, but we'll see. Either way, redrawing the character to look more from the top? Well, yeah, but I don't have that many animations, so that'll be fine. And I can just reuse most of it, you know, I just need to shift the pixels around and redraw it a bit. It's more of like figuring out what the right angle is. Because if I make the characters and then they're like a little bit in the wrong angle, which becomes more noticeable when there are larger units, and then okay, I have to go back and change everything again. Like that's something that can't happen. But yeah. Redrawing characters a bit is easier than programming this fucking thing. But alright, so we needed to fix lunge. Where is the issue? It's not here, it's in the mouse controller. It's here. Single target. Line target. It has something to do with this. If the Pathfinder tile deck contains mouse tile position, I feel like this needs an offset. Maybe, but not really. Let's see what it says. Let's comment out some things here. Okay, so it works there. Where is the issue? It doesn't work here. Super weird. Run single target A. And here it runs ABC. So it fails to get past this. How does it not get past this? Mouse tile position X. What? Okay, so let's check what it thinks its position is. Now it's not running at all. Is it failing at distance? It's gonna be failing at distance. It doesn't like their boats? Yeah. What just happened? Windows crashed. Okay. Yeah, it thinks it's out of range here. Total distance 9, 8, 7. Yeah, that's wrong. Let's see. Total distance 7. One, two, three, four, 5. Yeah. I think I kind of know what's happening. Here. We have an origin size, and if the attack does not have an origin size, then I set the origin size to be the size of the character. And then we add that to the target offset. What is the range on this skill? Is it 5 or is it 6? Lunge. It's got a range of 6. This is actually a distance of 6. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like it. And up here it's 7, and here it's 6. So yeah, the offset is messing this up. It counts the bottom left as a total distance of 2. So where does that come from? Isn't that weird? It is this that's causing the problem, but I don't know how to fix it. I think this should be a parenthesis. I mean, it shouldn't matter. Because now this is just like having it as a minus. Ideally, the way this should work is that it should count the range as 0 as long as the cursor is like within the character. So here now, total distance 0. But this makes sense because we're within the object. So here now, if I move 1, a size of 1, or here it makes sense, right? Because here the total distance is 0, I move it once out, 1, in each direction it's 1. So it works if the origin size is the same as the character. But here, the distance is only 0 in the top right. And if I go down, then that's no longer the case. Which I feel like this is meant to combat. Like if mouse tile position maybe it's not moving the origin correctly. Not sure. But like here, if mouse tile position.x is greater than object inner center point, then we do mouse tile position.x minus the maximum of the bounds. Let's say we have tile bounds equals four. Let's just go with the vector 2. Or min and max is then 5, 5. Would it be nice if you could draw these calculated points on the screen to see what it's doing? Yeah, the problem with stuff like that is that you have to write it. It takes forever. Da, 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 da. Or like know exactly what you're doing, so you can write everything beforehand to like funnel it through some kind of debugging method or whatever. Right, so now that's a size of 2. So the inner center point is then 4, 4. So then if mouse tile position X, mouse tile position equals 4, 4. If that is, let's say it's 4, 5. That means it's less than or equal to object inner center point, which means distance is 4 minus 4 minus target offset. Target offset equals origin size equals 2, 2. And then it's target offset equals origin size minus 1. So then minus 1. So that's 4 minus 3. And that's a distance of 1. Which is incorrect. I mean, it is correct, but it's incorrect. Hmm. The reason it's not working is annoying. It's because when you are targeting down, we are targeting like this. So normally this is 0. And we're just targeting this. So when I move down to target here, this is a distance of 1. Because we are the AoE is pointing out. So we can acquire targets here. So therefore this is 1. And in the same way, being up here, this is 1. That's why being in here makes sense. But Right now, it's a target, which is... It's a little special. Because it actually has a size, like the same size here. Like it has the size of the character. But what's happening is, because it's like happening in the same manner, that means that if we move away from the origin, then that means we've moved one. And because it has like an actual size of 2 times 2, it is pretending like it could acquire targets here, which it can't. No, it's more complicated than that. I don't think you'll understand what I'm talking about here, because I barely do. But it's like, because it's very specific rules. So the way it works is that an AoE, like a blast AoE, has an origin size. Like it could be just 1 tile, or it could be 2 times 2 tiles. That's really the 2 different options that I intend to use. Just because that needs to be like a center for targeting. And when I do that, like I said, I can just do this. And this counts as 1 distance. And that way I can target these 2 tiles here. But when I'm doing this line targeting, it's actually like a single target method. But it needs to validate that it can reach the target by casting a line. And that line has a size. That's where the size comes in. Because the size is the size of the character. But what's happening is that I think I'm using the size in places I shouldn't. So it's counting it as being a larger size, but in reality, it just needs to find 1 tile. But after that, it needs to like expand that. So if I'm casting a line from here to down here, for example, then we're gonna find this here. And then this needs to be expanded into a larger line that shows how the character is traveling. And also if there's like an object here, then that's gonna be a collision that makes this an invalid target. So it has something to do with that. And I think that can't necessarily solve this without it being annoying. Here I'm saying if target type does not equal PBAOE. And I feel like here I have to say if target type does not equal line target, then we set the target offset. Same thing here. I don't know if that solves it, but we can try. Now it says distance of 0 inside, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And we can target that can target that, that. Maybe that was all we needed. Because this says a total distance of 6 now on all sides. Yeah. I think that works. Oh boy. I think it's time to stand for a while. Goodbye. Alright, take care. Thanks for dropping by. I grabbed something from the kitchen. What? Tonight we're making tacos. It's that kind of week. Oh. So, what's next? There is a potential bug here. Or... yeah, here's a bug. How do I solve that? It should be simple. So the issue is that when we create this targeting area first, because I have 2 stages of targeting. It feels weird to speak in these. I sound different to myself than my other headphones. Anyway. I have 2 stages. I have a static grid and a dynamic grid. The static grid is the range. It shows the range. And that's generated once when you click the ability, and then it's just placed there. The dynamic grid is the mouse, where you are hovering it, and it's like if you have an AoE, it shows you where it's supposed to, like where the targeting area is. That one is a dynamic grid. It's cleared and updated every frame. It might actually be every time it shifts a tile. That's what it should be. I don't know if I've changed it to that yet, but I think I might have. So every time it shifts to a new tile, it updates by flushing itself and rebuilding itself. And what needs to happen here is that when I'm single targeting, the way I validate this is I check if the target, or I check if the position that I'm trying to target is within one of the tiles that exists in the static grid. If it's not in the static grid, then it's not valid. And I need to do the same with everything else. to the point where I should move that. It's here. This is where it is. If static pathfind result.value.pathfinder tile dict contains the mouse tile position. This should more or less be stripped out from here. And it should be placed like here, like prior to everything. But for now, let's just do it here. But here we need to say for XYZ. And the length should be origin size.y. And then we need to say if this is false, then we return. And we say target area out of bounds. Out of grid bounds. Static grid bounds. Perhaps. I'm not sure if this is the issue, or if it's not expanding it properly. So if we take a look real quick at bind targeting range, here it says false. Which I think is false. Let's do this. Bool expand tiles, or expand locks equals false. And then I think maybe just like that. I don't know. Let's chill on this. I do think that's something that should exist. But let's see what this does first. It's not doing it correctly. Because this is the issue. You see, here, it's saying that I can't target there. But I can. So either the targeting is incorrect or the grid is incorrect. But I think in this case, the grid is incorrect. Because I think what's happening is that it might be... Is it expanding? I'm not sure. Yeah. So it's checking the collision. Because it yeah, it should be able to. It should. Because it's checking from the top left, which means that since I'm casting a tile, it's casting a line up here, right? Straight up from the left side of her. So that just goes straight up. And that's why it doesn't work. Because the line that checks straight up is going to check like this. And it's just going to find that now we're colliding with the wall. But then she's going to cast another tile, or she's going to cast another over here. And this one actually should work. But it's not expanding the tile correctly. So where's the issue? The issue is that I didn't update it. Here. This is expand locks. There. I didn't actually put the new boolean in there. But let's see if it works now. Now it works. Yes, that's correct. However, this is incorrect. And I find it really strange that it's being added. Because you see, it's adding... It's adding one step of the wall in. Why is that? Hello, Grug. Doing alright. How's Grug? It has to do something with this. If we're finding a collider here, and then we're saying, Grug been better? Aw. Sorry to hear that, Grug. What's wrong? Grug tired. Grug think tired. That's fair. That's fair, Grug. I'm also tired. I don't know if this should be here. We can try it without. That doesn't fix it. In fact, it's almost worse now. Should this just be added to the map position? I mean, no. I think this is wrong. No, it isn't. Subposition offset. Is the offset used for checking an area? I don't know what to type. By offsetting the for loop. i.e. map position equals 5, 5. we are in the top right in relation to the source object. And we have an AoE size of 2. So we need to subtract 1 from the for loops to check the surrounding tiles properly. So yeah, so that is correct. But what I don't understand is why we are getting origin tiles. Based on line size. Freedom? Did you quit? Or is it temporary freedom? Okay. Fair enough. Oy. Yeah, the issue here is that this is based on the source bounds, which is incorrect. I'm going to an interview tomorrow for another job. That sounds reasonable. Because you're gonna quit that job eventually. Like, you're gonna rage quit at some point. So yeah, best to start looking. So yeah, this is the issue. I'm using the source bounds. Is this the issue? Kind of isn't. I remember being young and thinking my parents were suckers for being at jobs they didn't like. Now I know how they felt. Yeah, finding a job sucks ass, and then doing that while you're working a job you hate, like, Jesus.
I would not want to have to find a job. Especially since I live in a town with like 2 factories. And that's it. There are no jobs here. Not a single one. But we're gonna make it. We're not gonna reach that point. We're gonna make it. Does this make sense? Origin tile. I think it actually doesn't matter. The thing is, I could probably. I know there's a town or there's a company like just a town over that does like web development and stuff, but the reality is I don't have a degree in anything. So I can't compete with it, and I don't actually like have any a portfolio. Like I just have to put some stuff up like this maybe. So I think it would still be hard because being good with computers is something like if you can't prove it, then you're not good with computers. You know. But yeah. There are plenty of programming firms online. I don't understand what the problem is. I'm too stupid. Oh. Ooh. So let's see here. Origin tile, target tile, source bound full. This comes from here, from find targeting area. And then this is blast. And then here, source object tile bounds and target bounds. Yeah, it's actually here somewhat. It needs to be offset here somehow. Plus, it says that we have a line size of 1. Which is correct, I guess. Actually, for the line collision, this is just single lines. So here, like this sub-pos offset. I feel like this sub-position offset should be... I'm vibe coding right now. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like guessing. Like, yeah, I think maybe line size dot x is greater than 1. That maybe? Your vibe drawing? Yeah, that sounds good to me. Better than vibe coding. That still doesn't work. Vibe drawing is how I end up making sketches for 40 hours. One sketch. Okay, fair enough. Ay, 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 ay. But yeah, it's... The problem lies with this. Action area size. I set the line size to be action area size. Which is correct. I would say. I feel like this should be correct. But not really. I mean, I think this is wrong, but I also think it's right. Okay, abort due to collider. This is 1016. No, it's finding 1017. Or is this incorrect? It's incorrect. Let's try again. Abort due to collider at 1016, 1116. But not 1416? Huh? So strange. 1016, 1116, 1910. Yeah. And 199. But not there. The only thing I can think of is that it has to do with when we expand it. Here. But that should be correct too.
This should be correct. Is it this? No, that can't be.
I feel like it's just something stupid. Like, I don't really understand what's happening. So it's inconsistent. Look. It's not happening on the side walls. It's not happening down here now. The AoE is like going through the wall randomly. Huh? If I move her down here, we can see now it's happening on the bottom wall. Because she's like slightly closer there. I need another unit. Is this a rendering issue or... Oh, strange. It counts as targeting him. What? No, that's not it either.
What? This is so weird. Target tile. AoE target bounds equals target tile. Find targeting area. Blast AoE. Target tile. It's mouse tile position. What? Does this have to do with anything? Oh, what?
Oh, shit. Oh. What's happening? Yes, I don't understand. But what's happening is that the
AoE for targeting, if I place Rhea there, and then I say Cyrus Gaze here, the reason it's skipping I mean, it's still bugged, but the reason it's skipping the wall is because it's actually based on Rhea's position. So if she goes in there, and then we cast, you can see it's like poorly based on where she is standing. Which... why? Target tile. It doesn't say anything about Rhea's position. Then we go in here, we set a bunch of things here, center positions. But here we use AoE target bounds, which is unchanged. The mouse position is still like where we are targeting. And then check line collision. We go through the target list. We have an origin tile. We have a target tile. Source bounds is tile bounds. And we have target bounds, which is just some bullshit. That's just like where we're targeting. Doesn't even matter. Then we have a line size, validated tiles. Which is set new up here. And then we go in here. And once this is done, once we have done this, we then have validated tiles. And then we go down here, convert it, generate result. None of these things have anything to do with the player position. So the only thing that makes any sense here is if I have fucked up line collision somehow. But current position is origin tile. That's the first tile there. So we're raycasting from the mouse. Dude, this makes zero sense. Because the only thing that contains Rhea's position is source bounds full. And what are we doing with that? Subpos offset. Origin tile minus source bounds full. This is incorrect. Or I think this is like super incorrect for the AoE. Maybe this should be target bounds full. No.
We have origin tile. Find targeting area. Mouse tile position. Blast AoE. AoE target bounce. The origin tile here is the first tile, yes. And then that means the source bounds. Oh, rapier. I'm dying. It's not going so well right now. Something is wrong. I don't know if I have the brain power to finish it today. The issue here is that it's different depending on if this is range check or if it is not range check. So find targeting area, but this isn't even. This isn't even part of that. So, the blast AoE, this is only dynamic. That means that the source tile bounds is actually this. And I think it should be like that. Like the target bounds and the source bounds are the same. Target area size. But the bounds need to be offset. Fuck me. Oh! This needs to be split. This cannot be both blast and PBAoE. Because we actually have vector 1 there. Here, the sub-pos offset. Like, I do feel like it needs to be like if line size dot x is greater than 1. If line size dot y is greater than 1. This is dot x. Y. I have no clue. I can get rid of that again. Because it doesn't actually... This is for the dynamic targeting grid. And the AoE, the blast AoE, only has a size of 1 for each line that it's casting from its epicenter. So there's no... There's no offsetting going on there. It's only when we're getting the range that we are offsetting. No, it doesn't work at all. That's cool. I love that. Man, what broke it? Hee. It's not colliding. What is it even doing anything? Oh. I broke out the wrong thing there. Whoops. But now this works. Let's try going in. Yeah. This works now. Like, it legit works. The way it should. So why... Find targeting range. Why is this broken then? I feel like it has something to do with expand locations, but it shouldn't, because it should be expanding in the other direction. But it doesn't have to do with that either. Like, it's still overshooting. Is it doing that? I feel like the only thing I can do here is something like this. So if I place her down here, we can see at 10:16 and 11:16 there's a problem. So all we can do is we can go here and we can say if map position equals new vector3 int. What did I say? 10:16? And 16 is 0. And we check that. And maybe we can find something. So now we are at 1016. It should go in here and it should abort. That's what should happen here. I checked out surrounded. I've never heard of that before. What? Why did you skip it? It's because the sub plus offset is -1. Retarded? Yeah, I'm retarded. I'm a retard. But not really. Like... No. Okay, I'm double retarded. I didn't iterate through all of the line size there. Let's try again. Yeah, I struggle. I'll be honest, I struggle a little bit with like anything that's zombie related. This does not necessarily look like it's up my alley, but... maybe. Worth taking a look, maybe. I'll add it to the wish list. Okay, so let's take a look at this again, right? It says map position 1016. And so we're gonna go in here and it's gonna check 1016 minus 01. Why is it 01? Oh yeah, it's just based on the origin tile. So what that means is that it's going to... we're going to skip past that. And then we're going to go again. And then here, we now iterate the Y. Wait, what the fuck? Oh! Is this? This is broken. Line iterator. Dot x equals 0. It's because we're not resetting it. Oh, I knew it was something stupid. Oh, it works. Oh, 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 oh my god. Oh, fuck. Ah. Oh. It doesn't work correctly though, but it works. Because if you look, the AoE is right there. But I can't actually target inside. But the way I place this targeting reticle is different from how the range grid is being generated. So that's why next up what I have to do is I have to add a check that lets us only target within the established grid. Because if you look when I go inside the house here, before I reach, you see now it's telling me that I can target there, even though it's clearly untargetable. Same thing up here in the left. You can see, you know, you can go like that kind of up there. But if I go down here, can't target. Here, can't target. Here, I can target. And that one is clearly like, you shouldn't be able to target there. And that's because it's not making a line of sight check. It's only doing a range check. So as long as it's within range, it's a viable target. And that's why the easiest way to do that, to avoid like having to make more like line of sight checks, is to just check that the entire epicenter is within the grid. Because the grid is the line of sight check. But that is it for today. We made a lot of progress there, I think. I hope. I don't even... It's been so stressful to figure all this out. I don't even remember what I've been doing. Alright. But that works. Let's check. Are there any other weird things happening? Point blank AoE is, or not point blank, point based AoE is now broken. We'll have to take a look at that again later. Lunge works. It works. It works. There. Triple stab. Triple stab works. And Cyrus Gaze works. So, what's PBAOE needs to be added back to the I think it's targeting area. Maybe not. Yeah, here. Find targeting area code at 679. Line target needs movement added to it. I feel like there was something else, but that has eluded me now. I don't really remember. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be that for now. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.